Now, Jeff Talbot, Mark Bold. Jeff out of Olds in his 71 Chevy Chevelle up against Mark in his 08 Mullis. Trip, zip, Jeff Talbot. 29 for Mark Bold. Mark hits the stripe first, goes 482.8. Jeff, wishing he had a number on the side of the car right now. Trip, zip, and dead zero. 541.0. Could have been nasty. Next pair, Corey Oslin, Joe Grave. Corey out of St. Albert, Joe out of Sherwood Park. Corey in the Summit lane, Joe in the Napa lane. All right, Junior Dragsters, this is your first call. Junior Dragsters, I'll take you guys to the staging lanes right now. This is your first call to the staging lanes. .002, 008, 002 for Joe. He goes 463.6. And Corey, he's 008 and goes 482.3. Next pair, Cody Graves out of Sherwood Park in his 07 TNT Dragster. Going up with the 18 Miller of Ray Gates out of Medicine Hat, sponsored by Fast Times Machining Napa Side. Ray 15, Cody 11. Cody goes 460 with a 7 at 150. Ray going 461.3 at 150. Fifth, Zach Clark out of Mission in his 18 Miller, sponsored by Rad Torque Systems. Going up with Daniel O'Connor out of Morinville in his 68 Pontiac Acadian, R&R Welding, Eberts Brothers Racing, and K5 Construction, Summit Side. .32 to an 11. Zach Clark with the 11. Hits a stripe 463 at 150. Daniel goes 571.9 at 120. All right, next pair. Pat Dehaniak, the other Dehaniak in his 27 Ford Roadster in the Napa lane, up against Jody Herdman at Edmonton in his 11 M&M in the Summit lane. Ooh, that was a long one. Jody Herman is 13 red. Pat is 27 red. Jody goes 485.8. And Pat goes 572.4. Next pair to make their qualifiers. I believe we're running to the last dragster. I'm just kidding. We got one more pair. Tanner Gates, Tammy Peugeot. Tanner out of Medicine Hat in his 09 TNT, sponsored by Fast Times Machining. Up against Tammy Peugeot at Abbotsford in her 25 Race Tech Dragster. Sponsored by Rad Torque Systems. '26 to a 34. Tanner Gates is out of it and pulling over. Maybe not. Hopefully no problems for Tanner. Came up on the chip and left and it made a noise. But it looks like he's under power. All right, well, hopefully Tanner can get turned around and fixed up, but we'll bring up our last pair of yellow. And this is the pair where our timer will start because both of these drivers are double entered. Willie Oliver, Teresa Gates. Willie at a mission in his M&M dragster, sponsored by Rad Torque Systems, up against Teresa Gates at a Medicine Hat with her 07 TNT dragster, sponsored by Fast Times Machining, Napa side. '54 to a 006. Willie with the 6 and hits the stripe first. 456 at 152 and a half. Teresa going 489.4 at 142. All right, into our juniors. Riker Dupuis, Sarah Duchesne. Riker in the Summit lane, Sarah in the Napa lane. Sarah 25, Riker 96. Sarah getting there second. Riker going 8:21.1. Sarah, she goes to 895.2 at 73. And now Cohen Laprice. At a white court in his 26, Mike Boss, sponsored by Iron Wind Tank and Vac. All right, Heavy Metal Green, your timer has started now. Our last pair of dragsters has just got to the bleachers. So once again, for our drivers just coming back, you have 15 minutes. I will probably call a majority of the class earlier, but for them, they get an extra little bit of time here this morning, so everyone can get their qualifying. Cohen putting it deep and goes 10 green, 907.9 at 73. All right, time is up. Heavy metal green. Heavy metal green. Doubles to 2 and 3. Singles to 4 and 5. Heavy metal green. Doubles to 2 and 3. Singles to 4 and 5. All right, I'm going to make this second call, heavy metal yellow. Second call, heavy metal yellow. To the staging lanes, please. 2 and 3 for doubles, 4 and 5 for our singles. Pardon me, green. I meant to say green. We already ran yellow. Second call, green, heavy metal. To the staging lanes, 2 and 3 for doubles, 4 and 5 for singles. That was heavy metal green. Reminder again, folks, please make sure to have your X or cross out your letter, whichever one you chose to do. Please make sure it is on your car and it is legible for our ladies. About to get into qualifying round number 1 for a heavy metal yellow, and we will be moving in straight into round number 1 of eliminations. All right, Jody Herdman starting us off in yellow. In green. This entry, Jody Herdman at Edmonton in his 11 M&M, sponsored by Lone Wolf Bobcat Napa side. Going to take the single. All right, on that run, Jody, he's 4 on the wrong side, goes 486.8 at 142. Ooh, new tires, Randy Moderson. Seen all the stickers come off on that one. Up against Monty Beagle. Monty making it to the semis, taking his his first qualifier and his second entry in his Spitzer dragster. Randy in his 63 Chevy Corvette that I was just talking about his Summit side, making his first qualifier of Saturday. 11 to an 8. Randy has the 11. Monty 450 with a 6 at 155. Randy goes 506.9 at 137. Emily Gerard, Holden Fradden. Emily making it down to, I believe, 11. Maybe 6 before bowing out. I can't quite remember. It was so long ago. But she's at a Chilliwack in her 02 dragster, sponsored by Just Mechanical and Shear Solutions. Holden at a Gibbons in a 77 Pontiac Astri. Decided he only wants a single today. Doesn't want to try and do the double. Third and final call. Third and final call. Green heavy metal. Third and final call. Green heavy metal to the staging lanes. We are not keeping track of you. If you have not made your run in your other entry, please come down to do so. 001 Holden Fratton. Sorry, stream. You're just seeing his silver or his chromed up Heartbeat of America sign on the back of Holden's car. I caught a glimpse of that. Hope you guys didn't get blinded. But Holden goes across the line 639.8 at 97. Emily goes 463. 9 at 150. All right, Justin Ahaniak, our winner from yesterday, up against Sean Tracy. Sean in the Corvette, Justin in the dragster. 006, Justin, 25, Sean. Justin getting there first, goes 445.1 at 156. Sean goes 552.2 at 125. All right, Dwayne Ringgoth, Danny Moderson. Dwayne in his 18 TNT Dragster out of Vulcan, sponsored by McSweeney's and Grimm's, is in your Napa lane. In your Summit side, Danny Moderson at Edmonton in her 94 Neil Dragster. Sponsored by SPS and Flutter Boutique. Dwayne getting there 4:54.7 at 154. Danny 5:59.0 at 125. Which brings up Cole Karen and Mark Bold. Mark out of Red Deer in his 08 Mullis Dragster, sponsored by Hughes Performance Simpson Racing Products, going up with Cole Karen out of High River. In his 07 TNT Dragster, just got this Dragster, just bought it off of Cole Lewinsky. Luckily, that car still has a driver named Cole. He probably didn't even change the stickers. $10 to a 10. Ooh, matchy. 410 thou between them. Getting there first is Cole. He goes 474.4 at 145. Mark 483.8 at 143. Oh, what a way to wake up on a Saturday. This is great. There's race cars everywhere. It's nice and cool in here. I don't know if you guys are getting hot already. It's nice and cool up here. But back to the racetrack. Morgan Karen at a High River 08 Dragster, sponsored by County Chrysler, Napa, and Roddy Express. Michael at a Calgary in his 22 TNT Dragster, sponsored by TNT Motorsports, Quality Fast Foods, McSweeney's, Global Gourmet, Ann's Tables, and Pro One Safety. In the Napa lane. .007 to a 16. The 007 to Morgan, but Mike getting there first. 461.7 at 151 and 496.0 at 140 for Morgan. Good morning, chat bleachers. How are you guys doing? Believe you guys can still hear me in there. Ray Gates, Pat Dehaniak. Pat out of Seba Beach in the Napa lane. Ray in the Summit lane. 14 to a 31. 31 for Ray. 14 for Pat. Ray getting out the end. 460 with a 2 at 151. Pat goes 568.4 at 120. Which will bring up Brett Fitt and Dale Bristol. Brett out of Rocky View in that 62 Chevy Nova. Going up with Dale in the Summit lane out of Fort Saskatchewan, Alberta. In his 08 Mullis, Bell Engines and Precision Performance helping him out. 006 Brett Fitt, Dale 34, and hits a stripe 458.3 at 152. Brett 612.4 at 112. And a pair of Duchesnes. Jason, left-hand side. Tristan, right-hand side. Napa side. Tristan in the Roadster, sponsored by Mobile One Hightower Oilfield, Blue Water Group, and Total Choice Automotive. Well, I guess they both got identical sponsors. 18 to a 24. Give the 18 to Tristan in the Roadster. But Jason getting there first goes 466.5 at 148, and Tristan goes 542.1 at 127. Once again, last call. Last call for green. Last call for green. If you were trying to turn the car around, we're getting to the final bits of our pairs. Got about 5 or 6 pairs, I believe. So if you're turning around the car and you haven't made your second run with your double entry, now is the time to come on down to the staging lanes. Ryan O'Connor, Morinville, in his 82 Ford Ranger, up against Eric Golden at Airdrie in his 15 TNT dragster. Eric, sponsored by All Fits Auto, Napa side. Thank you, Carrie. I assumed that you guys did. Can't hear the car, sadly, because we got music playing. .006 to a 12. Eric Golden with the 6. Ryan with the 12. Eric 457.8. And Ryan goes 584.5 at 117. We're just coming up on the end of qualifying round number 1. And on racetrack, we got Kaylee Martin versus Willie Oliver. Willie out of Mission in his M&M Dragster, sponsored by Rad Torque Systems, up against Kaylee Martin at Edmonton in her 12 TN2 Dragster. Kaylee just flying in the beams. Here goes Willie. Here we go. Oh, that's better, Kaylee Martin, but it's on the wrong side. 2,000 red. Kaylee hits a stripe. 471.3 at 146. And Willie, he goes 457.7 at 153. We're going to be on track here for just a quick second. Looks like Tim wants to go check out the racetrack quick. Once again, we're almost done our heavy metal green. As soon as we are done our heavy metal green, a timer will go out. And we will go into eliminations round number 1 for yellow. We are also changing it from yesterday. It will not be 1 by run per round. It will be 1 per class until you guys merge. So once again, yellow will get a sit and wait by, and green will get a sit and wait by. And yes, if you are double entered, do not worry. We will give you plenty of time to turn around if you run last. Once again, folks, it's getting changed up. It will not be 1 sit and wait by per round. It will be 1 per class until we merge. So yellow and green for round number 1 of eliminations, you both will have a sit and wait. Someone will be sitting and waiting from each class. Then after round 1 of eliminations is complete, we will do our buyback round. But it looks like track staff is back. We are ready to roll to finish off our qualifying for heavy metal green. All right, on track, Corey Oslin, Dalen Miller. Corey, sponsored by Mutual Propane, is 3 on the wrong side in the Napa lane. Dalen, 001, and goes 474.0 and 145. Zach Clark, Daniel O'Connor. Daniel getting after it, baby. In the 68 Pontiac Acadian in the Napa lane, going past the 60-foot. I love it. Yeah, I don't like saving my money either on tires. But with him, Zach Clark at a mission in his 18 Miller Dragster in the Summit side. Gonna make his qualifier in green. $16 to a 46 advantage, Daniel. He's got the 16, but Zach getting there first in the dragster. Goes 462.2 at 152. Daniel going 572.6 at 120. Now, I believe third to last or fourth to last pair. Teresa Gates, Cody Graves. Teresa out of Medicine Hat in her 07 TNT dragster, sponsored by Fast Times Machining Summit Side. Up against Cody Graves at Sherwood Park in his 07 TNT dragster, looking to make his second run. Teresa is 9, Cody is 26. Cody getting there first, goes 460 with a 6. Teresa going 488.1. Which brings up Joe Graves and Jeff Talbot. Joe, Napa Lane, Jeff, Summit Lane. was Jeff Talbot. He's 52. Joe Graves was 13. Getting there first goes 464, 1. And Jeff getting there 540 with a 5. Now our last pair of heavy metal green. The timer again, the 15-minute timer will start after these two get past the bleachers. So, Tammy Peugeot and Tanner Gates to end off the round. Tammy out of Abbotsford in her 25 Race Tech Dragster. Summit side up against the Napa lanes. Tanner Gates out of Medicine Hat in his 09 TNT Dragster, sponsored by Fast Times Machining. Green, Tanner Gates, got it figured out now. Tammy is 41 on the wrong side. Tanner goes 447.0. Holy, 157 and a half. Whoa. He was not running 440s yesterday. But Tammy goes out the end 464, 2 at 149. All right, few changes from yesterday, folks. So I need all of our heavy metal competitors to be listening. Once again, I need all of our heavy metal competitors to listen to the radio right now. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna wait. Tammy is just making her way down there to turn around, so is Tanner. All right, ladies and gentlemen, timer has started for heavy metal. So, for heavy metal, yellow and green, you both have a sit and wait bye. Yes, I know, I'm gonna tell you right now. Yellow, your sit and wait bye is Jeff Talbot. Jeff Talbot, you have the sit and wait. Now don't worry, I know you have a double entry. I understand you guys want to turn around. We will give you plenty of time to turn the cars around, get them cooled, get them fueled, get them charged. But Jeff Talbot has the sit and wait for yellow. For green, it is Holden Fratton. Yellow, sit and wait by is Jeff Talbot. Green is Holden Fratton. The other thing that we have changed today, folks, yellow and green will stay the same until the end of round 2. We will run separate eliminations. So yellow, green eliminations round 1. We will run our buyback. We will run round 2. Then for round 3, everyone will be combined. Once again, We will run yellow round 1, green round 1, buyback, yellow round 2, green round 2. Then when we go to round number 3 of eliminations for smoked out shootout, you guys will combine. Once again, we are going to try and run our Midas Hot August Night Heavy Metal again later this evening. So if you are in that event, if you go out today, please do not leave, because we're going to try and run you guys off as long as the majority of you are here, which I believe you are. All right, time is up. Yellow. Heavy metal yellow. This is your first call to the staging lanes for your round number 1 of eliminations. Once again, heavy metal yellow. This is your first call to the staging lanes, please, for your round number 1 of eliminations. Jeff Talbot, you have the sit and wait by. Please come down lane 6 by the grass. Once again, Jeff Talbot, you have the sit and wait by. Please come down lane 6 by the grass. Sit there, we will run you last in the order. Maybe even get a bye run today. So this is first call, heavy metal yellow. All right, second call, heavy metal yellow. Second call, heavy metal yellow. All right, due to the nature of us having so many doubles here today, folks, if you don't want to race your friend, you don't want to race family, you don't want to race whoever, don't line up next to them, don't line up behind them. That's all you can do. But once again, if you lose in your double and you are no longer doubled, you will go into 4 and 5. If you still have your other double, say you win this round, you are going to come down in the double lane. Pardon me, after round 1. Once again, folks, if you are doubled this round, stay in the double lanes. Once again, if you had 2 doubles, or if you had 2 entries to start the round, you will stay in the double lanes. If you go to the next round with 1 entry, you will go down the single entry lane. Pardon me, mistake on my end. Will it go back to the racetrack? Mike versus Justin. Mike is late. Justin is 13. And putting it dead 9. Justin taking a lot, putting it 9 above. He's 24 total. Mike goes 648.9 at 652 and is behind a lot. But that's all due to the starting line. Next pair, Kirsten Groves at Alder Flats, 12 TNT Dragsters, sponsored by K2 Contracting, BSI Rosca. Up against Monty Beagle at a High River in his 13 Spitzer Dragster, dialed in at 450. Napa Lane. .005 red, Kirsten Groves going to the buyback window. Monty is 16 and a thou under. Putting it together, Kirsten is 16 thou under her dial. Third and final call, heavy metal yellow. Third and final call, heavy metal yellow. To the staging lanes, please. We need you now. Jason Talbot, Mark Bold. Mark at a Red Deer, dialed in at 484. Napa side, Jason dialed in at 513 in his 67 Chevy Nova. Oh, Jason is 15 and Mark is 12 on the wrong side. Jason goes 511.5 on a 513. Mark going 486.0 on a 484. Rod Boyven, dialed in at 476 in that 2002 Pontiac Firebird, dialed in at 476 and is late. Emily Gerard is ready for it and whopping it to a 464.8 on a 464. She's 35 total. Rod, not sure what happened to him. Ryan O'Connor, Dwayne Ringeth. Ryan out of Morinville in his 82 Ford Ranger up against Dwayne out of Vulcan in his 18 TNT. Ryan is in the Summit lane, dialed in at 585. Dwayne dialed in at 454. Dwayne finds the beams. Ryan's in. Here we go. 27 to a 15. Dwayne has 12 to work with. Will we see the scoop shake? No, we will not, but it doesn't matter. Dwayne is one above zero, taking 23. Ryan goes 87-1 on an 85 to be 23 behind. Oh, Dwayne, 25 total, actually packs up Ryan O'Connor. Ryan coming to the buyback window in his yellow entry. Next pair, Dalen Miller, Michael Scholl. Dalen out of Fort St. John, British Columbia, 05 dragster, dialed in at 474, up against Michael out of Calgary in his 22 TNT, dialed in at 461, Napa side. $19 to a 15, fourth out advantage, Mike Scholl. Can he get in front? Yes. Goes 462-1 on a 461, taking 5. Dalen is one above 2. Can't hold off the charge of Michael. So Michael moving to the next round, and our next pair, Pat Dehaniak, Seba Beach, Alberta. In his 27 Ford Roadster, dialed in at 568, up against Ray Gates out of Medicine Hat in his 18 Miller. Sponsored by Fast Times Machining in the Summit side, dialed in at 460. Second between them from the Roadster to the Dragster. .002 to a 22. Ray is in trouble. He's 20 behind. Can he get there first? No. Both of them putting it 2 above. But Pat getting there 24th out in front. Ray goes 462.7 on a 460. Pat goes 570 with a 2 on a 568. And doesn't have to come pay the ladies. Teresa Gates, Joe Graves. Teresa dialed in at 488, 464 for Joe. Advantage, Joe Graves. He's only got one in the bag. Can Teresa hold off the charge? Yes, she can. Dead 8. She's 39 total. Joe Graves takes 17. Had to take 10 or less. Brett Fitt versus Willie Oliver. Oliver turning on the win light. He's 2 above 4, taking 14 and 15 on the tree. Brett, he's 19, putting it 3 above 5. Going to be coming to see the ladies. All right, X275, limited street, 530 text. X275, limited street, 530 test. You guys are on standby. You guys will be running after we run our heavy metal green. Once again, you will be running after we run heavy metal green. We will finish off round number 1 of eliminations for heavy metal. Then we will run you guys. But on the racetrack, Cole Karen dialed in at 476 up against Tammy Peugeot, dialed in at 466 Napa side. Here we go. 26 to 27, advantage to the Napa lane of Tammy Peugeot. She's only got 1 though, and it doesn't matter. Cole Karen getting their first 8th thou, being dead 3. Tammy, she's 1 above 4 and behind 8. Not able to get around. Cole Karen. So she'll be coming to see the ladies. Zach Clark, Morgan Karen. Zach at a mission, Morgan at a High River. Morgan is dialed in at 498. Zach dialed in at 463 in the Napa side. Oh, double red, but better red is Morgan Karen. Zach Clark is 5 thou under and 8 thou worse on the red light. Had to flick a green. Morgan trying to throw a pack together, 13 red and a thou under. Zach, he's 5 thou under and 21 red. Next pair, Dale Bristow, Cody Graves. Dale out of Fort Saskatchewan, Alberta, 08 Mullis Dragster, sponsored by Bell Engines and Precision Performance, dialed in at 458. Up against Cody Graves out of Sherwood Park, 07 TNT Dragster, dialed in at 460. Cody in the Napa lane, Dale in the Summit lane. $11 to a 150. Cody got a lot to work with and makes it happen. Puts it 5 above 1. Dale missed it and a thou under. 210 thou under. Pardon me. But Dale coming to the buyback window. Corey Osland versus Kaylee Morton. Corey out of St. Albert, Alberta, 18 S&W Dragster, sponsored by Mutual Propane. He's dialed in at 483 Napa side, and trying to chase him down is Kaylee Morton out of Edmonton in her 12 TNT Dragster. Sponsored by White Spruce Performance Compression in Alberta I. She's dialed in at 471 Summit side. All right, that last pair, Corey Osland turning on the win light, goes dead 2. Oh my goodness gracious, Corey Osland is 2 total. Nasty. Kaylee is 9, and she had nothing. She's 18 total and had nothing. If Corey Osland, pack of the morning. Daniel O'Connor, 573. Derek Golden in the summit side, dialed in at 455 and 27th thou advantage, 17, sorry, to Eric, and Winlight to Eric. Puts it 3 above 3 to be behind 17. Oh, Daniel, 15 or less. Breaking it out 2 thou, trying to hold off Eric. Oof. Oh, and the Duchesne's first round. They just raced in qualifying. Red light start, Tristan Duchesne goes 543. Jason going 467.7 and turning on the win light. Now our sit and wait did not get a bye run, sadly. He got Tanner Gates. Jeff Talbot got our sit and wait. Even amount of cars, doesn't get it this time. 71 Chevy Chevelle, dialed in at 540. Onex River Oilfield Construction, Wolf Midstream, and Backwoods Resources helping him out. Napa side, trying to hold off the charge of Tanner Gates out of Medicine Hat in his 09 TNT Dragster, sponsored by Fast Times Machining. Got a 447 on the board. Almost a full second in between these cars in the 1/8 of a mile. Juniors, I'll take you now. Juniors, I'll take you now. Junior Dragsters, it is your time to shine. This is your first call to the staging lanes, Junior Dragsters. Jeff in first. Tanner flickering, here we go. 005, 002, 3000, separate them. Wind light. Tanner Gates is 2-0. Holy trip zip 2 at the finish line. Wow. Two packs in a single round. Gross. Jeff Talbot is 5 and locked up. Couldn't have done anything. He breaks it out 3 thou. Couldn't do anything. If. All right, as soon as I see Jeff pass the bleachers, the timer will start for heavy metal green. So once again, so everybody can get turned around, get a bunch of cooling time in, get the charge in. Gonna have a little 15-minute cool down. And that timer starts now. So if you lost out in that round, you want to try and buy back your entry, try to go into a buyback round, get back into the show, now is the time to do so. You got about 15 minutes before I'm going to call you down to the staging lanes for your next round of green. So once again, if you want to try and get back into the show with your yellow, you lost, Come pay the ladies $75 in the tower. And after we conclude round one, we'll run some X275s, some limited streets. We'll do our buyback round, then go into round number 2 of eliminations. So once again, folks, just want a reminder, if you started the round with 2 entries, you still will come down in the double entry lanes. Once again, if you double entered and you had 2 entries to start the round, your lanes are 2 and 3. If you go into round 2 or into the next round and you have 1 entry, you are now a single entry. right, some junior action here. Riker and Cohen. Riker going a bit red. Cohen 41 out of white court in his 26 Mike Boss. Sponsored by Iron Wing Tank and Vat. Helping out Riker, Morton Distortion, EMA, Lone Wolf Auger, and Bobcat, Murray Truck Parts. Riker goes out the end 8:55.1 at 80 miles an hour. Cohen goes 8:97.4 at 72.5. Last junior, Sarah Duchesne, Beaumont, Alberta, 17 TNT Junior Dragster, sponsored by Mobile One, On Great Earthworks, Total Choice Automotive, Blue Water Group, and High Tower Oil Field. 45 up front. See what she does down the racetrack. Heavy Metal Green, 5-minute warning. I'm going to call you guys in 5 minutes. Heavy Metal Green, 5-minute warning. Sarah goes out the end 8:96.1 at 72.5. All right, heavy metal green. This is your first call to staging lanes, please. Heavy metal green. This is your first call to staging. Doubles 1 and 2. Heavy metal green to 2 and 3. Doubles to 2 and 3. Singles to 4 and 5. Once again, first call, heavy metal green to 2 and 3 if you are doubled, 4 and 5 if you are a single entry. All right, second call, heavy metal green. Second call, heavy metal green. 2 and 3 doubles, 4 and 5 for singles. Second call, heavy metal green. All right, Tristan Duchesne, Justin Dahoniak. Dahoniak dialed in at 445. Duchesne dialed in at 542. Summit side. Who's going to elect? Oh, here we go. 24 to a 29. 5 thou advantage for Tristan. Can he hold off the charge of Justin? Yes, he can. 24 dead 9. Gets there in front of Justin. He's 12th thou above. Could not get around Tristan and will be headed to the buyback window. Bat to Honiak, dialed in at 569, up against Ryan O'Connor. 2 Fords, a Roadster versus a Ranger. Ryan dialed in at 587 with his second entry. Pat finding the pre-stage. $19 to an 8. Advantage Ryan O'Connor. Advantage Pat Dahoniak. He's got 11 in the bag and makes it work. Taken 3 is 1 above 4. Ryan O'Connor's 19, dead 7, but can't get there. Is 3 thou behind at the stripe and is coming to see the ladies again. Randy Moderson, Monty Beagle. Randy in his 63 Chevy Corvette, dialed in at 507 in the Summit side, up against Monty at a High River in his 13 Spitzer Dragster, dialed in at 449 in the Napa lane. X275 Limited Street. This is your 10-minute warning. I'll be calling you guys in 10 minutes. Advantage Monty Beagle. He's got a lot. Puts it 2 above to give back the stripe for 10 thou. But Randy is 26 thou under, trying to get there first. Monty turns on the win light. Randy coming to the buyback window. Willie Oliver, Brett Fitt. Willie at a mission in his M&M Dragster, dialed in at 458, sponsored by Rad Torque Systems. Summit side, up against Brett Fitt in the Napa lane at a Rocky View in his 62 Chevy Nova, dialed in at 615. A little bit of a wait here for Willie. Uh-oh, Brett, you are in trouble. Willie missed it as well, but missed it better. And puts it 3 above 7, taking 8. Brett putting it, going under 1, trying to turn on that win light. But can't do it, and we'll be coming to see the ladies. Next pair, Sean Tracy, Dwayne Ringeth. Dwayne out of Vulcan in his 18 TNT Dragster, dialed in at 455. Up against Sean Tracy out of Sherwood Park in his 64 Chevy Corvette, dialed in at 552, Summit side. Once again, X275 Limited Street, X275 Limited Street. This is your, pretty much your 10-minute warning. As soon as we finish this class, I'll be calling you to the staging lanes. We'll be doing some prep for you guys. Advantage, Dwayne Ringeth has got 23 in the bag. Can he make use of it down track? Shakes it. Yes, he can. Puts it one above two, taking 18. Sean, dead 8, lost it at the tree. Mark Bold, Danny Moderson. Danny at Edmonton in her 94 Neil. Up against Mark Bold in his 08 Mullis. Mark dialed in at 485 in the Napa lane. Gonna have a little bit of a chase. Oh, Mark Bull, 2 thou on the wrong side. Danny is 60. And goes 5 under. If I wouldn't want to look at that slip. I'm not going to lie to you. I would be pretty pissed. I'd be pretty happy if I was Danny right now. But Mark, he goes dead 4 and is 2 on the wrong side, trying to be nasty today. We've already seen 2 2-packs in the same round. We've seen some teen packs, a couple 20 packs. I could make a 12-pack joke right now, but I'm going to hold off. It's still early. A little weird to make that kind of a joke right now. But on the racetrack, Ray Gates, Medicine Hat, Alberta, 18 Miller Dragster, Summit side. Dialed in at 461. Up again. Oh, we got a heads-up bracket race. Michael, dialed in at 461 as well in the Napa lane. Ooh, the starting line is going to tell the story here, folks. Ray found the pre-stage bulb first. Michael just looking for it. Found it. See who decides to stage it first. Oh, Ray decides to stage first. Mike found it. Here we go. Heads up advantage. Oh, Michael Scholl has got 20 thou in the bag. Ray is in trouble and going to be coming to the buyback window. He's dead 1, but it's 38 up front. Mike, he's 462.3 on a 461, taking 6, and is moving on to round number 2 without having to pay the ladies. Next pair, Kaylee Morton, Cody Graves. Kaylee in her 12 TNT out of Edmonton, dialed in at 471. Cody dialed in at 461, Napa side. Oh, no. Problems, Kaylee Morton. Not sure if she didn't click the enhancer. But Cody putting down a nice lap. He's 30 total. Not sure if Kaylee didn't hit the enhancer, forgot to reset the box. Not sure, but going to be able to come to the buyback window at least. Which will bring up Zach Clark and Dalen Miller. Zach at a mission in his 18 Miller Dragster, dialed in at 463. Up against the 05 Dragster of Dalen. Dalen, sponsored by Quest Leasing, Scott Hydrovac, JK Gas Compression, and Horsepower Ranch, has got a 474 on the window. Zach, that Rad Torque System sponsored Dragster Napa side, is 463, and it's got a little bit of a chase. Oh, Clark turning it red again. 28 thou on the wrong side and goes 462-1 at 150. But putting a 9 thou under. Dalen putting a nice lap together is 10 total. Oof. Gross. Emily Gerard, Jeff Talbot. Emily out of Chilliwack, British Columbia in her O2 dragster, sponsored by Just Mechanical Shear Solutions. Dialed in at 464 in that Summit lane. And for Jeff Talbot in the Napa lane in his 71 Chevy Chevelle, sponsored by Onex River Oilfield Construction, Wolf Midstream Backwoods Resources. He's got a 538 on the board. X275 Limited Street. X275 Limited Street. I'll take you now. Oh, double red, but worse red is Jeff Talbot. Oh, 19 on the wrong side. Emily is 5 on the wrong side, but turns on the win light. She's 1 above 6. Talbot, he goes dead 5. Man, that pesky red light is ruining my racing. So many nice packages. So many nice cars here at Smoked Out Shootout. Glad to see everybody coming out here. But on the racetrack, 2 buddies usually rock around with their coffees in the morning and with their bevies at night. Joe Graves, Dale Bristow. Joe out of Sherwood Park in his 10 M&M. Dialed in at 463 Napa side. Dale 458 in the Summit side. Here we go. 29 to a 3. Joe Graves has got 26 in the bag, and it shows on the racetrack. Puts it 1 above 3. And packs up Dale Bristow. He's got 16 total. Dale was 29 on the tree. And going to be able to come see the ladies to try and get back into the show. We'll have our buyback round after X275 and Limited Street. Now Eric Goulden. Is it Goulden? I think I read that on the stream chat. At Airdrie, he's dialed in at 456 against Corey Osland. He's dialed in 483 Napa side. Oh, double red again, but the worst red is Corey Osland. Was just trip zip in his other entry, but turns it on the wrong side, 27. Eric, another red light, is 006 red and goes 1 above 9. So Eric turns on the win light and moves on to round number 2. Corey, got to come see the ladies with one of his entries. 476, 467. Tammy has the 467 and has the chase in the Napa lane. She's sponsored by Rad Torque Systems in that 2025 Race Tech Dragster. Up against the 07 of Cole Karen. He's dialed in at 476, sponsored by Roddy Express, Country Chrysler, Jensen Farms, and Prairie South Electrical. In the Summit lane. Once again, X275 Limited Street. X275 Limited Street, 530 test. I'll take you guys now. We got some prep to do for you guys, but there's no point in you guys not being in the staging lanes. So come on, make your way down. X275 Limited Street and 530 test. X275 in front, Limited Street to follow, 530 test, and tune after Limited Street. But on the racetrack, here we go. Advantage, Cole Karen got 14 in the bag on Tammy. Can he get around? Yes. Oh, on a double breakout, 310 thou. Tammy having to throw out the anchor, but she doesn't. And breaks it out 310 thou more, which means Cole Karen's win light turns on. And he's moving on to the next round here at Smoked Out Shootout. Teresa Gates, Daniel O'Connor. Teresa out of Medicine Hat in her 07 TNT Dragster, sponsored by Fast Times Machining, dialed in at 488 in the Summit side. Up against Daniel O'Connor out of Warrenville in his 68 Pontiac Acadian, sponsored by R&R Welding, Eberts Brothers Racing, K5 Construction. Napa side dialed in at 573. Eighth thou, separate him. Advantage, Daniel O'Connor. Oh, breaks it out, getting there. got him scared. Teresa, she puts it 2 above 1. To be behind 30. But Daniel, he goes 572.6 on a 573, breaking it out 3.5 thou. Had to take 29 or less, but with a 20 mile, even in a 20 mile an hour difference. Looking out that left lane, looking out that window on the right-hand side of his Acadia. That's a hard look, brother. But that's the best part. You can come to the buyback window, get back, try to get back in the show. But on the racetrack, another pair of dragsters, $485 for Jody Herdman, Summit side, $499 for Morgan, Napa side. Here we go. Jody Herdman is in trouble. He's got 30 behind. Can he just make it look good? Oh, goodness gracious, he can. Jody Herdman is 62 and a thou under. Morgan taking 38, had to take 33 or less to turn on the win light because she breaks it out more, giving the win light to Jody Herdman on a double breakout. Now, the last pair of smoked out shootout green. Tanner Gates, Jason Duchesne. Jason dialed in at 466, Mobile One, Hightower Oilfield, Blue Water Group, and Total Choice Automotive helping him out, getting to that 466 on the Summit side. Up against Tanner Gates out of Medicine Hat. Napa side, 09 TNT Dragster, sponsored by Fast Times Machining. Got that 448 on the board. See what Tanner can do. Tanner just barely finding the beams. Here comes a tree. 21 to a 34 advantage Tanner Gates. He's got 13 in the bag. The scoop is rocking. Oh, too much. Tanner goes 450 with a 2 out of 448, but puts it trip zip 7 to Jason Duchesne, putting it dead 9. Tanner, too many whomps, and has to come see the ladies in the buyback window. Holden Fratton, our last car of heavy metal green, getting his sit and wait buy off the trip zip he had earlier. That 78.7 Pontiac Astro will be moving to the next round with a 639 dial in the Napa lane. Oh, missed it. Not sure what happened to Holden there, but he's 135 on the rip. But goes down the end, 638.0 on a 639. Cleaning it up, making it a little bit tighter on the dial-in. That's great to see. But guys, we're gonna go into a little bit of prep here for our X275 category. Got to do some dragging, got to do some spraying. But once that is done, we'll have our X275 in limited street. Heavy metal, if you guys want to do your buybacks, now is the time, because as soon as limited street is over, I will be calling our buyback round to the staging lanes. If you want to buy back today, now is that time. All right, X275 Limited Street 530 test. Last call. X275 Limited Street 530 test. This is your last and final call. We're about to roll into X275. And for all of our heavy metal racers, if you guys want to buy back, come on up to the tower. Come on up to the second floor. Come pay the ladies. We will be running the buyback round after 530 test is completed. All right, some X275 action here today at Smoked Out Shootout, our last qualifying for X275. First pair out the gate, Bree King out of Knee Hill in her 2004 Mustang. Sponsored by Fast Times Machining and True North Turbos, Summit Side. Up against Eric McCarthy out of Spokane, Washington in his 87 Ford Mustang, Napa Side. Mark in second, trying to put down a lap, gets to the finish line, 4:47 at 162. Bree going 4:60 at 162 as well. Pretty much identical on the starting line too, 46 to a 48. Next pair of X275. Yep, I thought it was the Nova Jet Whitworth. It is. Well, we got a little bit of a single here for Jeff Whitworth. Looks like John is getting his car figured out. Not sure. I seen someone running over with a computer. So we're just going to wait for that. But Jeff going to be able to make a single here in the Napa lane in his 63 Chevy Nova out of Nanaimo. Jeff gonna pull up the turbos and bump it in. Found it. Here we go. Found the tree and is off and away. 4:38 at 162. Jeff Whitworth sending that Nova down the racetrack. Problems, John Cuglietta. The smart car has been moved and is going to be pushing him away, which will bring up Chris Gould. Chris out of Spruce Grove in his 17 Chevy Camaro, sponsored by CT Automotive Diesel Engine Repairs. Last call buybacks, heavy metal. Last call buybacks. If you want to buy back into the show, try to get back in. Now is the time to bring up your money. Chris Gould making his way down the racetrack in that Camaro. 433, 171. Whiff. Everyone wanting to make singles this morning in qualifying. Tyler Stamler out of Rocky View in his 2000 Chevy S10. Beautiful candy apple red. Sponsored by Gen 3 Speed, On Point Performance, Building Automation Systems. Once again, buybacks for heavy metal. If you have not brought up your money and you want to get back into the show, or try to get back in the show, pardon me, you need to do so as soon as possible, because as soon as we get into Limited Street, I'm going to be calling you guys to the staging lanes. So once again, final call buybacks. If you have not brought up your money, now is the time. But back to the racetrack. And Tyler Stamler making a single in the Summit lane. Had a little bit of a wheel stand, 1/8 of a mile, 432, 171, Tyler Stamler. Woo! 430s out of an X275 tire is craziness. But damn, is it good to see and fun to watch. Believe we have another single coming up for our X275, Justin Gallant at a Chilliwack. Well, Justin wanted to go down the left lane. Was parked underneath the right side of the tower. Elects to go to the left side. Pulling up the turbo. Bumping it in. Here we go. 66, 428, 173. Oof. We're into the 420s and X275. Wow. Oof. Now into limited street. All right, heavy metal buyback. Heavy metal buyback. For our double buyback competitors, you will go down 2 and 3. Double buyback competitors to 2 and 3. Single buyback competitors to 4 and 5. Once again, if you only bought back once, you will go into 4 and 5. If you bought back twice, you will go into 2 and 3. This is first call heavy metal buybacks. On the racetrack, James Hadfield at Edmonton in his 02 Chevy S10. Up against Josh Collin out of Calgary in his Mercury Marquis. The Marquis is obviously in the Napa lane. If you confuse that with an S10, I can't help you. $12 to 100, the Marquis moving towards the center line, but holds on to it. 5:16, 136. All in the reaction time because Hadfield gets there 5:13.5 at 137.5, but can't get around the Marquis of Josh Collin. And now, our final limited streetcar? No. It's not over that fast. Mike Bowman out of Lethbridge in his 69 Dodge Dart, sponsored by Pro Dart Welding in the Napa lane. Once again, for our buyback competitors, if you bought back twice, come down in lanes 2 or 3. If you bought back once, come down lanes 4 or 5. So for our double buybacks, come down 2 and 3. Single buybacks, come down 4 and 5. All right, Vanessa Richards out of Kelowna in her 89 Ford Mustang. Sponsored by Gen 3 Speed Precision Concepts, Latiat Contracting, Jim Cupperton, and Jordan Naziak. Vanessa going out the end. Oh, out of it early. 5:31 at 106. And now I believe for our last test and tune, Brad Thomas, Squamish, British Columbia, Ford Mustang. No, second to last. I lied. Brad, sponsored by Lordco Racing. Cody Clark in his S10, gonna make a run here in the Napa lane. Hits the stripe, 571, 122. All right, Dalen Miller versus Mark Bold. Mark at a Red Deer in his 08 Mullis Dragster, sponsored by Hughes Performance and Simpson Racing Products. Up against Dalen Miller out of Fort St. John, British Columbia in his 05 Dragster, sponsored by Quest Leasing, Scott Hydrovac, JK Gas Compression, and Horsepower Ranch. Summit side dialed in at 474. $61 to a 16, advantage Dalen Miller. Win light, Dalen Miller. He goes 2 above 7, taking 23. Mark, he's dead 6, but lost it on the starting line. Ray Gates, Justin Ohaniak. Ray down the 461, Justin 446. Our winner yesterday trying to get back into the show. No, Ray Gates closes that door. Is 16 total. Justin 27 up front and had no chance. Takes a nice stripe of 3, but breaks it out trying to do so. Sean Tracy, Zach Clark, Sherwood Park, Alberta versus Mission, British Columbia. Zach turning on the red light. Gives Sean Tracy, oh, Sean, nasty today. Holy, 15 total, Sean Tracy. 13 total. What am I talking about? Sean is 7, dead 6. Zach, 13 on the red side, but is 1 above 2. Wouldn't even had a chance. Would have had to be trip zip. Oof. Morgan Karen at a High River. Dialed in 499. Brett dialed in 614. Brett is in your Napa lane. Morgan is in the Summit side. I'm not sure if I said that. Just had to make sure. Advantage, Brett Fitt. He's got 3 in the bag. Can he make use of it at the finish line? Yes, he can. Turns it on. Morgan takes 14, breaks it out to 2. She goes 496.99, pretty much a 7. So breaks it out 2, taking 14. Brett, he breaks it out 4th thou and is moving on to the next round, or moving on back into the show. Tammy Peugeot, Kirsten Groves, a pair of ladies. Tammy is trip zip. Kirsten, you are in trouble. Oh no, no, Tammy Peugeot breaks it out. Needs to take 36 or less. She goes 466.6 on a 467. Kirsten goes 467.9 on a 466 and is moving back into the show. Next pair, Joe Graves, Kaylee Morton. Kaylee dialed in at 471. Joe dialed in at 464. Kaylee in her 12 TNT Dragster in the Summit lane. Sponsored by White Spruce Performance Compression and Alberta Eye. Joe's got no sponsors. Looking for sponsors for Joe Graves in that beautiful 2010 M&M Dragster. $28 to a 46, advantage Joe Graves. Kaylee, you are in trouble because Joe is dead one. 28, dead one, Joe Graves. 29 total. Kaylee Morton with a 46. Not going to have a chance in that race. She's dead 3. Still a nice lap, but just not good enough for that round. I should say that race. Ryan O'Connor, Rod Boyven. Ryan out of Morinville in his 82 Ford Ranger up against Rod in his 02 Pontiac Firebird. Out of Chestermere. Believe Ryan is in the Summit lane, dialed in 586. Rod 476 in the Napa lane. I think I forgot to say that. 29 and has quite a bit to work with. Ryan O'Connor going to be looking over to nose it, and he does. Puts it 3 above 1, taking a lot. Rod missed it on the starting line, and it is 3 above 2. Not going to turn on the wind light this time. Now, Dale Bristow, Jeff Talbot. Jeff Talbot, Dale Bristow. Jeff dialed in at 538 Napa side. Dale dialed in 458 Summit side. Oh, Dale Bristow is a lot on the wrong side. Jeff is 006 and dead 4. 10 total, Jeff Talbot in the buyback round. Oof. Gross. Which will bring up our last pair. We got a dragster sitting underneath the tower, but he's going to have to wait till our double entered buybacks can come back around, and Daniel O'Connor is the last one of those. So, Daniel O'Connor out of Morinville in his 68 Pontiac Acadian, trying to get this one back, but trying to stop him is Tanner Gates. Daniel dialed in at 571 in that Acadian. R&R Welding, Eberts Brothers Racing, K5 Construction helping him out. And helping out Tanner's Fast Times Machining in the dragster in the Napa lane, dialed in 449. All right, racer in need, folks. Does anybody have an aluminum TIG welder? Once again, if you have an aluminum TIG welder, please come and talk to one of our Rad Torque staff on the staging lanes. Trip Zip 003, 3,000, separate them. Daniel is Trip Zip. Can he hold off the charge? Yes, he can. Both of them throwing out the anchor. But Daniel O'Connor getting there first, 18. Tanner is 4 above 1, 003. Daniel is 2 above 5, Trip Zip. Gross. So Tanner loses an entry. Daniel got one back into the show, but he's going to have to cool down and come back around. So once again, if you did not hear me while I was trying to do multiple things at the same time and talk about the same things, aluminum TIG welder. We need an aluminum TIG welder to one of our racers. If you have one, or you know someone who has one who is here on property today, it would be very much appreciated if you could talk to one of our Rad Torque staff and we can route you to that racer in need. So once again, if you have an aluminum TIG welder on property, please come see one of our Rad staff. They will point you in the direction of the racer in need. All right, for our heavy metal double buybacks, 10-minute timer. 10 minutes. That is what you guys have, and I will call you to the staging lanes. Once again, heavy metal double buybacks. You have 10 minutes to cool down and come down to the bottom or down to the staging lanes. All right, heavy metal buybacks, if you are ready, you can make your way to the staging lanes, please. Once again, heavy metal buybacks, double buybacks only. Make your guys' way to the staging lanes, please, as soon as you are able. You have a 5-minute warning, 6-minute warning. But once again, if you are able to, make your way as soon as possible. Now, we did have an uneven amount. Out of all the cars, Mark Bold, your second entry has the buy. You can elect to break the beams, or you can elect to take the run. Once again, the buy run for our buybacks was Mark Bold. All right, attention in the pits. 1 minute remaining for our buyback competitors. I need you as soon as possible. But once again, you have 1 more minute, and then I officially have to call you down to the staging lanes. I'm only going to wait a couple more minutes with that. So once again, we have 5. I need our remaining 4. All right, we're missing one driver, Mark Bold. Mark Bold is in the staging lanes. Okay, let's run the remainder of our buyback round. All right, trying to get back into the show. Ryan O'Connor, Corey Osland. Corey dialed in 483 in the Napa lane. Against Ryan O'Connor in the Summit lane, dialed in 586 in that 82 Ford Ranger. Now, once again, guys, if you are here for our Midas Hot August night heavy metal runoff that we're going to do this afternoon, please do not leave. I believe a lot of you are still in this show. But once again, if you were waiting to run Midas Hot August night, we're going to try and do it later into the show. But if we have to, we'll finish this event and roll into Midas Hot August nights. But on the racetrack, Corey versus Ryan. Corey is in, Ryan is in. Here we go. Oh, red light, Corey Osland. 11th thou on the wrong side, which sends the truck back into competition. Kaylee Morton, Zach Clark. Kaylee out of Edmonton, her 12 TNT dragster, sponsored by White Spruce, Performance Compression, Alberta High, dialed in at 471. Up against Zach Clark out of Mission, British Columbia, and his 18 Miller dragster, sponsored by Rad Torque Systems. 463 the dial for him in the Napa lane. Kaylee having problems on the starting line all day. Not sure what continues to happen. But she's going to slow roll her way down. Clark is 64 and dead 3. All right, Ray Gates, Tammy Peugeot. Peugeot at Abbotsford in her 2025 Race Tech Dragster. Dialed in 466. In the Napa lane, trying to run away from Ray Gates of Medicine Hat, Alberta. 18 Miller Dragster, Fast Times Machining sponsored. Advantage Ray Gates, trip, zip, 2, and gonna shake it to 1 above 0. Ray Gates is 10 total, Tammy Peugeot is 38, 2 above 4. And not taking that entry back. But now, Dale Bristow, Daniel O'Connor. Dale out of Fort Saskatchewan, Alberta, in his 08 Mullis Dragster, sponsored by Bell Engines Precision Performance. Dialed in 458 Summit side. Trying to run down the Acadian of Daniel O'Connor. of Mortonville, sponsored by R&R Welding, Ebert's Brothers Racing, and K5 Construction. 572 on the board on the Napa lane. $16 to a 41, 25,000 advantage. Right, Daniel O'Connor in the Acadian makes it happen. Puts it 2 above 4 with a 16. He's 40 total. Dale is 41 and had no chance. So Mark Bold pulling the bye. 08 Mullis Dragster dialed in 484. And going back into the show with this entry. Mark missed it. 46 up front. Thankfully, it's a bye run and takes this entry back into the show. 1 above 4. Once again, folks, if you have an aluminum welder, on site, we have a racer in need. Once again, if you have an aluminum welder, please come to the staging lanes and we will direct you to the racer who needs that welder. Once again, if you have an aluminum welder. All right, Heavy Metal Mayhem. You guys are sticking with colors for this round. After round 2 completes, you will be combined. Once again, yellow and green, you guys are still separated. For one more round. After round 2 completes, round 3, you guys will be combined. Just waiting for Mark Bold to get by the bleachers. Juniors, if you guys want to make a run right now, you guys can come on down to the staging lanes. Juniors, you guys want to make a run, you guys can come on down to the staging lanes. All right, 15 minutes from now. All right, 15 minutes from now, folks, we will have 15 minutes from now, I will be calling Heavy Metal Yellow. Our staff going to get out of the sun, go get some water, go get some grub. If you need some, make your way to the Raceway concession. But once again, on a little bit of a break so our drivers can cool down, as well as our staff. So I will see you guys in 14 minutes. All right, first call, heavy metal yellow. First call, heavy metal yellow. Double entries to 2 and 3, singles to 4 and 5. If you lost one of your entries last round, you are now in lanes 4 or 5. Once again, if you were doubled, you lost one of your entries, you are now a single entry car. Check what number you had for what number and come down accordingly. But yellow, this is your first call to the staging lanes. 2 and 3 for doubles, 4 and 5 for singles. On track, Sarah Duchesne, Cohen Laprice. Cohen out of White Court in his 26, Mike Boss. Sponsored by Iron Wing, Tank, and VAC. With Sarah Duchesne. Duchesne out of Beaumont in her 17 TNT Dragster. Sponsored by Mobile One, On Grade Earthworks, Total Choice Automotive, Blue Water Group, and High Tower Oilfield. Cohen in your Napa lane. Sarah in your Summit lane. 46 to a 75. Cohen getting there second, goes 901 at 73 miles an hour. Sarah goes 895.6 at 72 and a half. Riker Dupuis at a Millet. Sponsored by Morton Distortion Racing, Lone Wolf Auger, Bobcat, and Murray Truck Parts. Once again, I'll make this second call. Heavy metal yellow. Heavy metal yellow. This is your second call to staging. Doubles to 2 and 3, singles to 3 and 4. All right, third and final call, round number 2 for yellow. Third and final call, yellow run sticker, heavy metal. This is your third and final call to the staging lanes, please. Morgan Karen versus Dwayne Ringeth. 15 to a 25. Advantage Morgan Karen, got 10 on Dwayne, but can't turn on the win light. Putting it 2 above to be behind 11. Dwayne is 25, dead 2, and moving on to round number 3. Ray Gates versus Justin DeHoniak. Ray dialed in at 461 in his 18 Miller Dragster out of Medicine Hat. In the Summit side. Once again, 461 the dial for him. Running down our winner from yesterday with a single entry left. Justin DeHoniak out of Spruce Grove. In his 06 TNT Dragster, dialed in at 444. Justin in first, Ray to follow. Here we go. Advantage Ray Gates has 14 thou on the winner from yesterday. Can he make use of it? No. Justin DeHoniak is behind 30 at the stripe, but one above 2. Ray taking 30, breaks it out 4 thou. 5 really. 4.5 thou. But had to take 26 or less, and he would have turned on a win light. But Justin moving on to the next round. Kirsten Groves, Monty Beagle. Kirsten at Alder Flats in her 12 Dragster. Sponsored by K2 Contracting, PSI, and Rosca. 461 the dial, 467 the dial in the Summit lane up against Monty Beagle. Dialed in at 450 in that 13 Spitzer Dragster at a High River. $11 to a 5. Advantage Monty Beagle. He's got 6 and doesn't make it happen. Monty is behind 14 at the stripe, putting it 2 above 2. Kirsten is 11, dead 2. To be 13 total. Monty could have got there. Well, maybe he couldn't have. Maybe he didn't rip it. I don't know. If he did rip it, and he did give it to Kirsten, should have taken it. But we don't know. Kirsten Groves to round number 3. Brett Fitt, Rocky View, Alberta, 62, Chevy Nova. Dialed in at 614 against Ryan O'Connor in the Ford Ranger. The 82 Ford Ranger, dialed in at 588, Summit side. Advantage Ryan O'Connor, 16 in the bag for the Ranger. Door car on door car action, win light truck. 005, dead 3. Oof. Brett Fitt packed up and will be packing that car up for today. Because Ryan O'Connor, 8 total, left him no chance. 21 up front, couldn't get there. Jason Talbot in his 67 Chevy Nova. Dialed in 511 out of Calgary against Emily Gerard out of Chilliwack in her 02 Dragster, sponsored by Just Mechanical Shear Solutions. She's got a 466 on that Summit side board. Talbot, 003, and moving on in that turbo Chevy Nova. Goes 519.4 on a 511. Luckily, Emily Gerard is 9 on the wrong side and 8 thou under. Corey Osland, Eric Goulden. At Airdrie, Corey out of St. Albert. Corey in his 18 S&W Dragster, sponsored by Mutual Propane, dialed in at 484 in the Napa lane. Eric at Airdrie. Sponsored by All Fits Auto in the Summit side, dialed in 459. Whoa, fast tree advantage, Eric Goulden. He's got 22-ish to work with, makes it happen. 40 total. Corey is 59 up front. Couldn't get in front of Eric either way. Dalen Miller, Michael Scholl. Dalen dialed in at 474 Summit side. Michael 462 Napa side. Tree. Advantage, Michael Scholl. He's got 15 up front. Can he get in front of Miller? Yes, he can. 009, one above 5, taken 2. Gross. Packs up Dalen Miller with a 24 pack. Dalen is 25, dead 2, and could not get there. Teresa Gates, Joe Graves. Teresa out of Medicine Hat, Alberta in her 017 T Dragster, sponsored by Fast Times Machining. Dialed in at 489 in the Summit side. Up against Joe Graves out of Sherwood Park, Alberta, 2010 M&M Dragster, dialed in at 464. $19 to a 19, nothing up front. It comes down to what happens at the bottom of the racetrack. Oh, Joe Graves getting there a thou. Both of them are 19. Joe goes 2 above 4. Teresa goes 2 above 5. Joe just barely getting there in front of Teresa. And now, Cody and Cole. Cody Graves out of Sherwood Park in his 017 T Dragster, dialed in at 461 Napa side. Up against Cole Karen at a High River, Alberta, 017 T Dragster, Roddy Express, Country Chrysler, Jensen Farms, Prairie South Electrical. Up against Cole Karen in the Summit side, dialed in at 476. Oh no, Cole Karen. Oh my goodness, Cole Karen, you were trying to lay down a pack on Cody. You wouldn't have needed to, because Cody is 58 and 2 above 3, but Cole Karen is trip, zip, 7 on the wrong side of the tree, and dead 7. Bad beat for Cole. Really lucky win for Cody, getting away with it. But now on the racetrack, Pat Nahaniak out of Seba Beach, 27 Ford Roadster, dialed in at 569. Lenbeth Weeping Tile, Power Rich Fertilizer Alliance helping out Pat Nahaniak in the Napa lane. And in the Summit lane, Willie Oliver out of Mission in his M&M Dragster, sponsored by Rad Torque Systems. 27 to a 23, fourth out advantage, Willie Oliver shaking the scoop, gets there, puts it 3 above 6. Taking 14, Pat. He's 4 above 7. And looks like the car might have fallen off. Giving the win to Willie Oliver. Next pair, Jason Duchesne, Daniel O'Connor. Jason out of Beaumont in his 09 Mullis Dragster. Mobile 1, Hightower Oilfield Blue Water Group, Total Choice Automotive. Helping out Jason in the Summit side, dialed in at 467. Daniel O'Connor out of Morinville in his 68 Pontiac Acadian, dialed in at 572. R&R Welding, Eberts Brothers Racing, K5 Construction helping him out. Took both entries to the buyback window, got both back. Let's see how he does now. He's 11 to a 7. Jason got 4 in the bag. Can he get around the Acadian? No. He does. Jason does get around the Acadian, but has to break it out to do so. Takes 34, had to take 26 or less. Jason, 9th thou under. Daniel, 2 above 1, and 11th thou on the light. Moving on to the next round with that entry. Now Tanner Gates had 2 entries, lost his entry to Daniel O'Connor in the buyback window. Now getting the buy run here. Due to his reaction time from eliminations round 1. Out of Medicine Hat in his 09 TNT Dragster, Fast Times Machining sponsor, dial 448. But going to be turning on the win lights on the Summit side. All right, juniors, I'll take you now. Juniors, I will take you now. Junior dragsters, it is your turn. If you guys want to come up and make some runs. All right, Heavy Metal Green, your timer has not started yet, but it will very shortly. As soon as Tanner Gates, or as soon as Daniel O'Connor passes the bleachers. So waiting for Daniel O'Connor to get past the bleachers. And he has now passed. Their 15-minute timer set for Heavy Metal Green. 15-minute timer, Heavy Metal Green. I will be calling you down to the staging lanes. Our sit and wait by for Heavy Metal Green is Joe Graves. Joe Graves, you pulled the sit and wait by for Heavy Metal Green. X275 Limited Street 530 test. You will run after Heavy Metal Green. Once again, X275 Limited Street 530 test. You will run after our next round of Heavy Metal. Our next class of Heavy Metal, I should specify. So it should be about 30 minutes. All right, Heavy Metal Green, your time is up. Heavy Metal Green, it's your guys' turn. Come on up to the staging lanes, please. Once again, Heavy Metal Green, this is your first call to the staging lanes. Doubles in 2 and 3, singles in 4 and 5. Riker Dupuis versus Sarah Duchesne. Riker 22 to a 93. Win light. Give it to Sarah Duchesne. Goes 893.0 on an 894. Riker breaking it out. Goes 819.4 on an 822. Single lane pass. Cohen Laprice. 897 the dial at a white court. In that 26, Mike Boss Jr. Sponsored by Iron Wing, Tank, and Vac. Gonna take the solo in the Napa lane. Second call, second call. Heavy Metal Green. Second call, Heavy Metal Green. Doubles to 2 and 3. Singles to 4 and 5. Cohen, 19 up front, hits the finish line. 892.6 at 72 miles an hour. All right, third and final call, heavy metal green. Third and final call, heavy metal green to the staging lanes. After this round is over, you guys will be combining into one class. Once again, after this round concludes, the heavy metal will be one class. All right. I don't got to worry about calling colors after this. Kind of excited for that, not going to lie to you guys. Colors are confusing. Cars are not. Especially when I have all of their information on a screen. All right, cars are getting pulled to the burnout box. Here we go. Mark Bold, Willie Oliver. Willie out of Mission, British Columbia in his M&M dragster, sponsored by Rad Torque Systems. In the Summit lane, dialed in at 460. Up against Mark Bold in the Napa lane. At a Red Deer in his '08 Mullis dragster, sponsored by Hughes Performance, Simpson Racing Products, dialed in at 485. $25 hun between them. See what Mark Bold can do here against Willie. Advantage, Mark Bold has got a lot to work with and goes dead 9. 14 dead 9 to be exact, 25 total. Willie missed it and breaks it out 3/10 of a thou. Mark Bold moving on to the next round. Sean Tracy, Monty Beagle. Sean out of Sherwood Park, Alberta, 64 Chevy Corvette, dialed in at 552. Against Monty Beagle out of High River in his 13 Spitzer dragster, dialed in at 451 Napa side. Monty Beagle, 5 thou on the wrong end, but goes dead 5. Sean Tracy is 10 and 4 above 0. So Monty definitely having a chance there, but that red light costed him. Next pair, Ray Gates, Holden Fratton. Medicine Hat, Alberta for Ray in his 18 Miller dragster, sponsored by Fast Times Machining, dialed in at 461. And trying to run away from that Miller. In the 77 Pontiac Astro, Holden Fratton dialed in 6:37. Almost 2 seconds in the 8th. You're going to watch Holden in the Napa lane just take off and go for a while. And then all of a sudden, Ray's going to go. Holden is 10, Ray is 15, 5 thou separate them, win light. Ray Gates putting it one above 2. Holden Fratton puts it 23 under, taking 40. Had to take 18 or less, 19 or less. He would have really nailed it up. But Ray moving on to the next round. Emily Gerard at a Chilliwack in her O2 dragster. Just Mechanical and Shear Solutions helping her out Summit Side, dialed in at 465. And Dwayne Ringeth at a Vulcan in his 18 TNT dragster, sponsored by McSweeney's and Grimm's. Got a 456 on the board of the Napa lane. Once again, X275 Limited Street, X275 Limited Street. This is your call to the staging lanes. We're going to run you guys after we conclude our round number 2 of eliminations. Oh, Dwayne Ringeth maybe didn't reset. Oh my goodness gracious. Dwayne Ringeth got away with it. Emily Gerard is a thou under. Dwayne's reaction starts with a 2. Oh, those hurt. I've done that. I've done it a lot worse, though. Oh, but those ones always hurt to look at. But Dwayne going to be happy with that win light. Jeff Talbot, Ryan O'Connor. Jeff in the 71 Chevy Chevelle out of Olds. And Ryan out of Morinville in his 82 Ford Ranger. Jeff dialed in 538, Ryan 587. 29007, advantage Jeff Talbot. Can Talbot run down that truck? Yes, he can. Puts it one above 0, taking 19. Jeff Talbot moving to the next round of heavy metal. Tristan Duchesne out of Beaumont in his Roadster, sponsored by Mobile One, Hightower Oilfield, Blue Water Group, Total Choice Automotive, dialed in at 543. Up against Mike Scholl out of Calgary in his 22 TNT dragster, TNT Motorsports, Quality Fast Foods, McSweeney's, Global Gourmet, and Stable and Pro 1 Safety helping him out in the Napa side, dialed in at 462. Red, Tristan Duchesne. 16 green, Mike Scholl. Mike, 16 dead 9, 25 total. Nice little lap for him. And moving on to the next round. Zach Clark, Eric Goulden. Eric in his 15 TNT out of Airdrie. Dialed in at 458 and sponsored by All Fits Auto. Zach at a Mission in the Napa lane. In his 18 Miller Dragster, sponsored by Rad Torque Systems, dialed in at 463. Once again, X275 Limited Street. X275 Limited Street, test and tune. It is your guys' turn. X275 in front, Limited Street to follow, and then our test and tune to follow our Limited Street. We're getting towards the end of our heavy metal class. Heavy metal green. So when you guys can, come on down to the staging lanes. 2 to a 28. Zach Clark is in trouble. And Eric Goulden, he's 2 and 3 above, taking 10. Zach, 28 up front. Had to give up 26 on the starting line, and it was too much. He goes 1 above 4, and I'm not sure if he's got a second entry still in. He might. I'm not too sure. But Eric Goulden is moving on. Next pair, Jody Herdman, Cody Graves. Jody out of Edmonton is 11 M&M Dragster, sponsored by Lone Wolf Bobcat. Dialed in at 485 in that Summit Lane, up against Cody Graves out of Sherwood Park, Alberta, 07 TNT Dragster, dialed in at 463 in the Napa Lane. Advantage, Jody Herdman got 13 in the bag on Cody Graves, but does Cody Graves get in front? No. Jody closing the door, 14, dead 6. Cody is 27 up front, had no chance of winning that race. So Jody moving on to the next round. Doesn't matter. Cody took the stripe 13, but couldn't get there. Pat versus Dalen. Dahaniak dialed in at 572 in that 27 Ford Roadster out of Seba Beach, Alberta. Sponsored by Lenbeth, Weeping Tile, Power Rich Fertilizer Alliance. Up against Dalen Miller out of Fort St. John in his 05 Dragster, dialed in at 474 Summit Side. Quad zip, Pat Dahaniak got 13 in the bag and doesn't turn on the win light. Dalen is 13, dead 0. Pat took 35, had to take 15 or less. Loses with a quad zip. I think that's the first time I've ever seen one of those. I'm going to be honest with you. But next pair on the racetrack, Jason Duchesne out of Beaumont in his 09 Mullis Dragster. Sponsored by Mobile One, Hightower Oilfield, Blue Water Group, Total Choice Automotive, 466 in the Napa Lane, trying to chase down the 7 TNT of Medicine Hat's Teresa Gates. Dialed in at 490. Oh, advantage Teresa Gates. She's got a lot to work with. Jason, oh my goodness, dead 3 Teresa. She's 48 total, taking 190. Oh, that's scary. I don't know. But Teresa turning on the win light nonetheless. Cole Karen versus Daniel O'Connor. Cole out of High River in his 07 TNT Dragster. Sponsored by Roddy Express, Country Chrysler, Jensen Farms, and Prairie South Electrical. Got a 477 in the Summit Side. Up against Daniel O'Connor out of Morinville. 68 Pontiac Acadian, sponsored by R&R Welding, Eberts Brothers Racing, and K5 Construction. 574 in the Napa Lane. Double 05, 007, 2,000, separate them. Win light. Give it to O'Connor. Puts it 1 under. Sorry, 7th thou under. To be behind 7th thou. Cole putting it 16th thou under. Both on a double breakout. Daniel gonna get the win light. And our last pair of heavy metal green and the last pair of the separation, Danny Moderson, Joe Graves. Edmonton, Alberta is where Danny calls home in her 94 Neil, dialed in at 554 versus Joe out of Sherwood Park in his 10 M&M, dialed in at 465. Oh, Danny missed it, 90. Joe is 26. And out of it. Puts it 5 above 7, taking 37. and is going to be moving on to the next round. X275 Limited Street. X275 Limited Street, we need you now. We're going to go into some prep for you guys. So once again, X275 Limited Street and Test and Tune will take you. For our remaining Heavy Metal Mayhem competitors, your guys' classes are now combined. Green and yellow are now one. Once again, Heavy Metal competitors, your classes are no longer separate. You guys are combined. All right, attention, heavy metal drivers. Once again, your classes are now combined. Our sit and wait by is Eric Goulden. Once again, our sit and wait by for next round is Eric Goulden. And for our heavy metal drivers, I will be calling you up after we run through X275 and Limited Street. Justin Gallant, just going to bring the car up, break the beams, back it out. But we're going to go into round number 1 of eliminations for X275 very shortly. And just like that, Justin Gallant is in the next round of X275. Our next pair will be between Bree King and Tyler Stamler. All right, on the racetrack, Tyler Stamler, Bree King. Tyler at a Rocky View in that 2000 Chevy S10, Gen 3 speed, on-point performance, buildings automation systems, against Bree King at a Knee Hill in her 2000 Ford Mustang. Sponsored by Fast Times Machining and True North Turbos, Napa side. Tree is down, an advantage. Bree King got 36, but can't hold off the charge of Tyler Stamler. 434, 170 and a half. Oi, Bree King, 466.5 and 153 bows out of this round of X275. Now up next, I believe Jeff Whitworth has broke So his opponent will be taking the bye, but it is not this pair. Eric McCarthy versus Chris Gould. Chris Gould versus Eric McCarthy. Who's going to round 2 of X275? Oh, advantage, Eric McCarthy, but can Chris Gould get around? No! Eric McCarthy on the hole shot. 440 with a 7. At 165, it was 38 up front. Chris, 151 to start, goes 434.6 at 171. But he's 50 behind at the finish line. Eric McCarthy moving to round 2 of X275. Well, sadly, the Nova of Jeff Whitworth is broke. But for John Cuglietta, probably feels pretty good right now. Going to have a bye run into the next round of X275 in that 04 Mustang out of Parkland. Sponsored by John Cuglietta Commercial Real Estate, All Service Truck Upfitters, Mulder Trucking, and Impact Racing. Helping out the Napa Lane. Courtesy call, heavy metal. Courtesy call for heavy metal. This is not your first call. I'd like our limited street guys to at least be underneath the tower. But once again, courtesy call for heavy metal for round number 4. John pulling up the boost. John Cuglietta going 471.4. Tree didn't want to fall. Not sure what happened there. All right, Brad Thomas getting the single, I believe in our limited street category. Out of Squamish in that Ford Mustang, getting pulled in by Joel Deal. Lordco Racing sponsored Mustang in the Napa side. Moving on to round 2 of limited street. Putting down the power, 5 flat, 142 for Brad Thomas. All right, first call, heavy metal. First call, heavy metal. Double entries to 2 and 3, singles to 4 and 5. Once again, double entries to 2 and 3, singles to 4 and 5. Vanessa Richards putting down a nice lap. 5:10, 135. The Mercury Marquis of Josh Collin obliterates a tire on the starting line, but he still ends up going 6:71.4. So faster than my slow Mustang. Can't believe that. That's a little bit upsetting. Now, angle plug. I really would prefer if you put your actual name on your tech card. Jason Gagnon, right-hand side in the Nova. And James Hadfield in the S10. The rest of our cars in the staging lanes are testers. So for limited street, this is it. Jason trying to chase down James. I really want to know the reason why he's called angle plug. I have so many questions, not enough answers. Oh, and off the hit, there goes Angle, or James. 5:17, 134, and James Hadfield obliterates a tire on the starting line, but still ends up going 6:10 with a 2. I need a bigger motor. But second call, heavy metal. Second call, heavy metal. Doubles to 2 and 3, singles to 4 and 5. All right, heavy metal. You guys are combined now. Heavy metal, you are combined. This is your third call to the staging lanes. Third call, heavy metal to the staging lanes. Singles to 4 and 5. All right. Let's get back into some heavy metal action. And once again, heavy metal, if you are not in the lanes, you are late. Heavy metal, if you are not in the lanes, you are late. So, on racetrack, Jody Herdman out of Edmonton in his 11 M&M Dragster. Sponsored by Lone Wolf Bobcat, dialed in at 485 versus Dwayne Ringeth out of Vulcan in his 18 TNT, dialed in 457. .28 to a 64, advantage Dwayne, win light Dwayne. 28 dead 9, packs up Jody Herdman. Next pair, Mark Bold, Daniel O'Connor. Mark out of Red Deer, dialed in at 486 in his 8 Mullis Dragster. It's Daniel O'Connor out of Morinville in his 68 Pontiac Acadian, dialed in at 572 Summit Side. Advantage, oh, doesn't matter. Mark Bold, 1 thou on the wrong side. Daniel O'Connor, pardon me, puts it 2 above 8 and is moving on. While trying to bring his car back around to keep his second entry in, which will bring up Eric Goulden out of Airdrie in his 15 TNT, sponsored by All Fits Auto, dialed in at 459 against Justin DeHoniak out of Spruce Grove in his 06 TNT. Our winner yesterday, trying to take one more entry, one more round. 445 in the Napa lane. Win light, Justin DeHoniak, 10 dead 6. Eric, he's 25 up front, doesn't matter. Taking 5, breaking it out 13. Had no chance of winning that race. And I believe our last double coming up underneath the tower, Joe Graves and Kirsten Groves. Kirsten versus Joe. Joe 31, Kirsten 35, win light, Kirsten. Kirsten putting it 1 above 7, taking 9. Joe is 3 above 1, can't get in front. Next pair, Michael Scholl trying to take his first entry to the next round. Dialed in at 462 against Ray Gates. Dialed in at 461. Only a hun between them. Summit to Napa. $13 to a 30. Win light. Scholl 2 above 1, taking 5. Ray, he was 30 up front, dead 9. Could not hold off. Could not get in front of Michael, pardon me. Now, Teresa Gates out of Medicine Hat in row 7, TNT Dragster, dialed in at 489. Jeff Talbot dialed in at 538 in his 71 Chevy Chevelle. All right, double entries. You have 10 minutes to get back to the staging lanes. 10 minutes doubles. 002 Sean Tracy, 24 Cody Graves. Win light, Sean Tracy goes 2 above 1, taking 37. Cody is 3 above 7. No good. So once again, doubles, you are on a 10-minute timer. Doubles, you are on a 10-minute timer. We have singles waiting. All right, doubles, your time is up. I need you now. Doubles, your time is up. I need you as soon as possible. Make your way to the staging lanes. Our remaining doubles. Joe Graves, Eric Golden. Joe Graves, Eric Golden. As soon as you can come on down to the staging lanes, make your way. Eric Golden, Joe Graves. I'm just waiting on you two. All right, Dalen Miller versus Dwayne Ringeth to end off our round number 4. Dalen dialed in at 474. Dwayne dialed in at 456. Dwayne already took one entry into the next round, trying to take 2. Double 7-11, fourth out for Dwayne Ringeth. Win light, Ringeth. Dead 8. If. Not sure if Dalen fed it to him. Not sure if he did, but he goes 76-3 on a 74, putting it 2 above 3. And Dwayne, 15 total. Dalen had to be dead 4 or better to turn on the light. If. Ryan O'Connor, Willie Oliver. Ryan out of Morinville in his 82 Ford Ranger, dialed in at 587. Willie at a Mission in his M&M, sponsored by Rad Torque Systems, dialed in at 460 Napa side. $15 to a 25 advantage. Win light to Ryan. Advantage was to Willie. Willie had 10 in the bag, rips it to be 3 thou behind, and Ryan is 1 above 6. Turns on the win light and moves to the next round. Tanner Gates, Jason Talbot. Talbot dialed in at 513 in his 67 Chevy Nova. Up against the 09 TNT of Tanner Gates, dialed in at 446 Summit side. Oh, red light start. Jason Talbot, pardon me. He goes 517.5 on a 513. Tanner, 448 with a 4 on a 446. Moving on to round number next. Second to last pair. Mike Scholl, Calgary, Alberta, 22 TNT dragster, dialed in at 463 Summit side. Up against Daniel O'Connor out of Morinville in his 68 Pontiac Acadian, dialed in at 573. $26 to a 13 advantage, Mike Scholl. 13 in the bag for him. Win light, Mike Scholl. 13, dead 7, 20 total. Daniel O'Connor breaks it out a thou. Oh, sorry, puts it 2 above 9 and could not hold off the dragster. Last pair of the round, Eric Goulden. The 15 TNT Dragster, sponsored by All Fits Auto, dialed in at 458 against Joe Graves out of Sherwood Park in his 10 M&M. Dialed in at 466 in the Napa lane. Oh, red light start, Joe Graves, win light, Eric Goulden. 460 with a 3 at 150, and he was 11 up front. Joe, 15 on the wrong side, dead 1. Oof. All right, Cohen versus Sarah Duchesne. Cohen dialed at 892. Sarah dialed at 892. Red light start, Cohen. He's 13 on the wrong side. Sarah is 33 green and gonna have the win light. Goes 895, 4 on an 892. Cohen goes 897, 7 on an 892.